Alright, and we're good. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Ephemeral One, and welcome back to more Let's Stream Dark Souls 1. And let's see. Effectively, we went through the catacombs and the upper area, ringing the first awakening bell last time. So now we need to make our way to the lower bell. Which, the easiest way to do so is to go, because we wanted to get to the smith to get this hammer. In addition, oh, our guy is back, and all his friends are gone. What happened?
Oh, you again? Me? I've become separated from my lady. I've scoured near and far. Where could she have gone, my lady?
Alright.
Your Highness, I am in... Oh...
So, he got separated from them in the catacombs.
Sometimes I...
And still, he'll sell you miracles still. But it's only... But it's clear he seems distressed about it, but not as distressed as one who was genuinely concerned. But anyway, last time we went to the catacombs to get ourselves access to a particular blacksmith who had the ability to enchant these weapons with fire, allowing us to make this fire mace. Because down in the catacombs, down in the depths of the sewers under the Undead Burg, there's a couple enemies that you really just want to have fire damage for. So, having a weapon that does so is handy. Having a weapon that also inflicts bleed can be quite useful indeed. So, now that we're properly equipped, and we have the right that will enable us to kindle fires far beyond the normal means. I believe 20 is the maximum. It'll be worthwhile. In addition... Alright, this one sells the item we actually want. Yeah, it's 6,000 for purging stone. Okay. We'll do 3 of those, and as many of those as we can afford. Okay. Okay. Because poison, as you might expect in a sewer, is fairly common. So, we'll just have to deal. Alright. So now... Yeah. This is an area that a lot of people get frustrated in and get very lost in, so to speak. Alright. Yep. But yeah, this is why I wanted the fire weapon. One of the many reasons I wanted the fire weapon is because there are many enemies here who are fairly weak to it. Even using it themselves does not mean they don't take a good amount of damage from fire. Alright. As far as improving the fire weapon, that will require what they call green titanite, which this early on in the game is fairly rare to the point of I think there's only one more piece I can think of we could potentially have access to, but I don't think it'd be worth it. So, yep. Oh. I forgot that guy here is a one-off. Okay. So, in addition, there is, down here in the water, another dog. And you'll notice we slow down in the water. Yeah. Because one of the biggest things to note about being in the water is just plain, it limits your mobility. So, when looking to bait out an enemy, it's the reason throwing knives are of fairly good use. There we go. Yeah. Nope, while you're slow, the dog isn't. Alright. And one of those things, it's just sort of a paranoia for me at this point in the series, after having played the game so much, that there is, in fact, a major point for me to hate being in the water like that, because surprises have been... I'll be perfectly honest, I was traumatized. I would use the word traumatized. I was traumatized by Demon Souls, the first game of the Soulsborne series that came out. There's one particular area I will never forget, and it traumatized me, and I will never deal with the area quite the same again. So, and in here...
Yes, here, oh, please, you must help.
Alright.
I would have been a supple being in alive. Thank you. I am Ruensius. I will not forget my...
Okay. So, Laurentius of the Great Swamp. This is another way to get fire damage, but if I'm honest, with the way he's a pyromancer, which is a fire-specific type of magic. But if I'm honest, it's... There it is. Like, I remember there being one of these guys here. There we go. Yeah, notice this guy takes actually fairly decent fire damage. Again, this is why I was so specific on getting a fire weapon. There we go, and there's bleed ticking in. Yep. And the sack. It's pretty much what you expect. A blood-stained patchwork sack by the undead man-eating cook lurking in the depths. 2 eye holes have been haphazardly cut out. It is unexpectedly soft and comfortable to wear, but it is probably near meaningless in terms of defense. Yeah, it's actually technically weaker than even the mask. Well, either way. So, as I said, there's this area. Now, this is one of the areas where you're going to want to start watching the ceilings. Because there are all sorts of ambushes all over the place. Some of which you can do things about, some of which you cannot. Alright. So, now we get to start walking to the proper depths. Be wary of up, yeah. Because up on the ceiling, can't really see it too well, is a slime. You see that wiggling portion of the ceiling? It's hard to make out. Yeah, that's a slime. Lots of low HP people come up and get caught by that. Alright. I could just get... Well... You know, if we're gonna do this area right, I guess that would be the smartest thing is... Yeah, getting rid of the knife. Okay. Longbow? I'm thinking longbow. I don't have any arrows on me though, do I? Yep. Okay. So let's make one pit stop and get some arrows. So we'll just use a homeward bone. Okay. It's just, this area teaches you a lot of lessons, and I want to be sure to walk you through each one, because there is so much to understand about how this place goes. Now, for having saved him, Laurentius...
Well, I see you made it out. Yeah, I have my romantic... Oh, yeah. I think I'll be pleased to part.
No.
Yeah, one. I'm sure that, they'll be here. First,
We need the pyromancy flame.
flame from the great swamp. Right, let's get...
So yes, the way pyromancy works is it has no faith or magic requirements, and it only gets stronger as you use the pyromancy flame. However, it does require the slots, same as before, but more importantly, it's limited casting, and it can be pretty rough. So, 16 uses sounds like a good shot, or 7 or 8, but it can be kind of rough. Though, on the upside, it doesn't require any actual material other than pyromancy, other than souls, to upgrade the
Be safe, don't you dare.
pyromancy flame. So, it can be one of those cases where pyromancy is absolutely a sort of just boon to you. So just using it outright doesn't cost you anything in addition to add to a relatively physical build. Your biggest issue is generally going to be how you want to handle it and the limitations of the way their spells are cast and the ranges. Because it is much like a crossbow, very lock-on oriented. So, if you're not careful, you can really end up just wasting shots. especially on more fast or evasive enemies. So, while I can say in this game pyromancy is entirely viable, it's really not the best spell casting yet. I'd say it was at its strongest in probably 2 or 3. Regardless, we're just here to grab some arrows, so I don't have to worry about the slimes. Because once I have them, once I can just take out the, yeah. So once I can just take them out, we should be alright. Because the biggest thing is just purely how many arrows we can take down. Yeah. As you can see, after you get used to enemies, they can stop being any kind of major problem or issue for you. Sweet. Okay.
Oh, still keeping going. Never hurts to.
Yep. And he's just happy to do his job. So, you know what? We'll pick up the bottomless box, because that's really useful. And then standard, large. Could just go for the wooden, since I'm not using it for attack power, I'm using it for bait. So, that's not a horrible idea. Yeah, why not? I just needed to provoke.
Thank you, kind.
So, yep. Sweet. Alright. Now we can head down to the depths. Yeah, we'll just head back to the tunnel. It'll be the quickest way to go. But yeah. Now we can start heading down and properly explore the depths of the Undead Berg. Having a flaming weapon will make the slimes that much easier to deal with, as well as enable us to provoke enemies. And maybe even chip damage one or two that might be potentially really damaging. But in all truth, the biggest point... Yeah, I mean, they give you the pyromancy teacher in the very beginning to give you an option to deal with the slimes. You're better... I still hold that you're better off trying to get the flaming weapon from dealing with the skeleton blacksmith myself. But to each their own, folks. That's the whole point of these games, is playing how you feel comfortable. Fast and loose, cautiously. Yep. Not bad. Yeah, these guys ain't much anything. Now we could go downstairs and deal with all that idiocy. But, as you might have surmised, from the way I went through, you never absolutely have to. You can just drop down from up here to where we were by the door. Of course, with the slimes you could also stock up a lot of fire arrows, for example. There we go. Yep. and it'll slowly climb over to us. But yeah, slimes get free damage on you. So that's where I'm saying be very cautious. And they're extremely physically resistant, and they take some decent damage from magic, but obviously pyromancy would be ideal. But again, with how many slimes there are versus how many shots you get, you're in pretty limited in a limited situation. So, yeah. Be wary of trap, which is where everyone falls for. Alright. Now we begin. Yep. Alright. I warned you about needing to look up. And a lot of humanity never does. Alright. So, yeah. So it begins. Yeah. Yep. I'm hoping, because I think there's a rat around here that it's supposed to. Okay, I guess not. My bad. Okay, I thought there was a rat. But, what there is... Again, how many shots of fireball do you get? 6? 8? And they get extra damage on you based on being able to... when you're able to... drop directly onto your head. So, this is why I say, make sure you get yourself a weapon. Dark Souls 1, you usually want a situational weapon as your ideal solution. Yeah. But yeah. Alright. Just pick it up. Little by little, we take care of it. Alright. Just manage your stamina. Yeah. But yeah. These slimes were meant to overwhelm you, drop on your head, and kill you. Without them, this becomes a relatively simple affair. Because naturally you were only expecting that, not having 6 enemies. And this master key also allows us to access the bonfire. Let's say, both of them look like fake doors, and a lot of these walls do look like fake doors, I won't deny that. But nice bits we'll be able to do here for all our effort and work, because there is so much to this area. We're going to kindle, get ourselves back to 10, and kindle again, bring us to 15 shots. So now, we can continue to explore. Nice. And note that the slimes, by and large, won't touch us here. So we don't have to deal with them again immediately, if we want to continue exploring. But in doing so, we get to see this. A giant undead rat. It has an axe buried in its eye. It's been beaten, chopped, it's decaying. But yeah. So yeah, that's one such area. A giant rat. And hidden with these boxes, you'll notice, is a ladder. And no, I know what you're thinking. This game won't allow you. So no easy solution there. This door doesn't open from this side. Alright. Yeah. So our only way forward is through here. Here's where the rats start to become an issue. Though, with so many wooden arrows, it's obvious they're trying to lead you into a trap. But traps only work so long as you have no way of getting to counter them. I don't really need this to do anything more than lead them back to me. So, we'll take the binoculars and put purple moss on this. But yeah. Slimes. And yeah, generally speaking, mostly what they were looking to do is lead you there into the other rats and they would ambush you. They're not actually anything. They're just something gross left over from slimes. Or they're slimes that... Yep. Or they're just slimes that will be at some point. Strange creature. Yeah. And anytime rats back off, expect something worse around the corner. It's kind of like with crystal lizards. Everything is going to be a trap. It's just the nature of the monster. Of course, these rats have enough sense to attack you if they think that you're just going to sit there and pick them off with an arrow. So naturally, how you avoid their traps is by being patient and attentive. And as you can see, a lot of the enemies here are fairly weak to fire. which is why I chose to wait until I had a perfect weapon to counter. And there is... Now this is a split path, but you should know, if you fall down there, that's a path, but it'll be a lower area that'll be much harder to come back from. I believe there's a similar spot up ahead as well. Around this corner. Nope. Oh, white light. Well, I believe this white light just leads us to the room with the giant rat. Oh no! Oh. Oh, it's one of the priest guys. The spearman. Oh. So it looks like the rats are none too eager to get into combat with us. And with many things, as with many things, they're none too eager to take them on. And though they look like special rats, I don't believe... Actually, I think they do inflict a special status. I think they inflict... Petrify, was it? Or some other status effect. Because they're slightly different white rats versus the usual darker ones. And again, that's using the cheap 3-soul wood arrows and a basic longbow. And if you want to know, folks, this is actually the boss arena up ahead here. Be wary of trap. Yep. You don't want to be. Item ahead. Indeed. More large Titanite shards, which will be useful for improving our armor when we get around to it. For now, the Elite Knight set is actually sufficient for our needs. We're not taking excessive damage, but we're also... Nope, nothing in there. Alright. Leading you to a trap. It's sitting on top of a hole that you'll fall through. And there's this particular enemy we want to avoid. Alright. Again, the biggest limitation, I would love to suggest using pyromancy just because of how convenient it would be a solution for this area. But even with your combined combustion and other spells, yeah, this is another trap. And you hear that clicking sound. That kind of sound. That is the sign of a basilisk, an enemy that inflicts one of the worst status effects in the entire game, because it persists past death. That's right, it is the only status effect in the game that doesn't just kill you, it makes your game actively harder. Nope. And screwed up. Hit the button. Alright. These are basilisks. They they suck. They are fairly weak to fire, though, still, so... They don't actually have a melee attack, they just inflict the status effect. But, like I said, the status effect is that bad. It does persist past your death. What it does is also halves your HP. Flat. Just no questions asked, your HP is now halved until you use a curse stone. That is just flat out what it does. Alright, this one should be coming around the corner to us. Yeah. So, like, literally, and there's no other way to get rid of it. You either... Well, okay, there's 3 people who sell the damn things, the curse stones. Yep, and once again, another pit to fall down. This game is fond of it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's just a humanity. Alright. But yeah. Keep an eye out for more slimes, but I think we're pretty safe for the moment. Okay. Yep. Yeah. It doesn't take much to inflict curse on them. So, be cautious. Oh, let go of it. Alright. Until he breathes out, comes for me. Like I said, they don't really have a direct physical attack on you. I think they may have a claw swipe. Depending on which... I don't remember if they kept that. Because there was one game where they had a claw swipe, but they almost never used it. And my paranoia about being cursed should tell you everything you know about how much it sucks to have your HP halved in this game. Yeah. Alright. And if you think it's not that bad, big a deal, or just get good, you've never had to do the run-throughs I've had to do. I'll say it that way. With half HP. And between that and the water deafening you so you can't hear them all the time. Which is obviously completely on purpose. Yeah, no, there's... Hey, Ali. How's it going? Hey, Ali. 12? What? Okay. And it's a... Okay, just a minute. But yeah. It's completely on purpose that they put the water rushing so you can't hear. Which I give them respect for, because it shows just how thoroughly they designed this game. And small rat, which will lead you to big rats, which is your hint. Oh, yay, Kirk. You like, I'm alright with faith builds. I usually prefer to go magic myself, but this was just something to make things different this playthrough. Alright. As far as Kirk goes, Kirk's not bad. Kirk just inflicts a lot of bleed. He's not even that great at PvP. I know. but that mace is also inflicting fire damage, so let that speak for how much I'm honestly relying on faith. But then it's also based on the location I am, which is where most enemies in this area are weak to fire. Badly. I use weapons based on what the area is weak to. There we go. Bye, Kirk. I'm good. I've gotten the... If you're talking about the his full set, I think you only have to kill him twice and kill him down underground, but Kirk's Alright. Never been... Then again, I don't really play much for PvP. Well, strength is the obvious, easy answer. But, like I said, I'm doing this to play through a little differently. Anyway... Let's see. Because, yeah, and like this here, like this, because these things are a pain in the ass without any kind of fire damage, consistent fire damage. Alright. No, I'll be fine. I've beaten this game twice over. I'll say, no, I've beaten this game plenty of times. Beaten Elden Ring, beaten Bloodborne. I'm an old veteran. I'm mostly playing just to relax and show off the game for anyone who might be new, and have some questions or ideas they might want to have answered. Because, as much as I like the Soul series, I recognize it's not accessible to everyone. And that's where someone asked me the other day, and I'd have to say, Someone asked me the other day, and I would have to say, for me personally, I'd say the most accessible game ends up being Elden Ring. We'll see what the DLC does. I'd say probably past that, the easiest game, if you're just going for the straight main story, would be 2. Once you add the DLCs to 2, then the game becomes a whole different monster. Alright. And our good friend.
And good day to you. I'm Donald of Xena. I'm just a peddler of sorts. I adore trinkets and oddities, so I trade for
Going with gesture, joy. And he sells gold pine resins. If you're going to the Valley of the Drakes, this is fairly useful. Crystal weapons, which are very nice, but very, very low durability. Yes, one. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Only play on the Xbox 360. Yep.
Well, that is a shame, but no man, come back if not every. There'll be more in.
But yeah. Let's see. More arrows. The gauntlets, Helm of the Wide, his armor set. Which I think... Actually, his does increase some... I think his helm does increase some stat.
Well, that is a shame, but no man, come back again. Not every. There'll be more in.
Yeah. Let's see. Just checking. I think... Yeah. You have to get the key. Alright. But, now that we're down here... Because this is the lowest level, and that over there is where the boss comes in. But don't forget to come up here. And remember that this door is how you get back to the bonfire and to the easy part of this area. So, we can head back. Because we took we've already cleared this area out. Let's see. And we did a bunch for the... Yeah, it is a big rat. Yep, and the other rat got away on the other side of it. And this is where we back it down. And then, okay. So, now I don't have to worry so much about falling, because I think we cleared out most of the areas you fall into. So, we should be able to. Because basically it's the way the rat's model is made. It shouldn't fall down the hole, and that's supposed to specifically to trick you. Alright. That's the way back. Supposed to keep running to pull you. Alright. So eliminate the soldier. Oh, I hear one more. If you fall down there, I suppose that's one more spot, but I believe this is where... Yep, the big rat is. Yeah. Note that he is very specifically staying out of my range. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, he will not let you cheese it. Yeah, he hits pretty hard too. For a giant rat. Note though, not too much poison buildup. Yeah, for some reason he actually gives less poison than most of the others. In my experience, so. Alright. Yeah, he can bypass your blocking, so. It's a case where the rat looks more menacing than he actually is. I just... give him the respect he's due, though. He is pretty damn big. And drops a humanity, same as any of the other rats can. Though I think he's guaranteed to drop at least one. Ready? Yep. That's about it. I'll say, I'm pretty sure if you walk down there, that's dead. I don't specifically remember. But, yeah. As far as it goes, yeah. Alright. I was gonna say, I don't think there's anything else I really needed to work about. Yeah. here we can see more crystallized people. Those are from the basilisks. But we've already taken care of most of that, so... Yep. Nope. Get away from it. And there's the last one. Alright. Bring a bead line. Which just basically gives you some HP back for every enemy you kill, which sounds nice until you realize how little HP it is. At which point you take the ring off and go, okay, that was a thing. Because the game will never give you something that will be that useful as you imagine it or want it to be. So, by and large, we've cleared most of this. And again, I admit, I had to make the point that a lot of that, our success is purely due to the fact we prepared properly. Adequate preparation is what's key to surviving a good chunk of Dark Souls. Any of the games. The only exception would be Sekiro, where it's all about trigger time. And I don't enjoy the game as much because of that. So, because I've never had lightning fast reflexes. Never have, probably never will. But I know how to make up for my fails. Anyway. Now that this is all taken care of, let's see. We are at 18. Okay. So, I'm actually going to head back to the bonfire. Because now... I'm going to head back to the bonfire. Because I want to get some levels. Okay, so 9,000. Let's see. Might as well use the Proud Knights. Perfect. Okay, so one more point in. Let's see how close it gets us. 4. Okay, so we're just going to kill some stuff real quick to get up to that last point. So I'll finally be able to wield it. This is the worst place to want to wield the Black Knight sword, but... Yeah, getting the precise location of the slime can be a little bit of a pain. There we go. And think, these do 11 damage each, and aren't very accurate because the slime bodies are kind of busted. Yep. And yeah, I'm literally just going to do this just so we can use the Black Knight Greatsword. So, yep. I know this is silly and selfish, but I just want to have it as an option. Because trust me, folks, the Black Knight Greatsword pays for itself. So we have it, now we just need to clear the last of these enemies out. Alright, folks. So the depths. So now, with these stats, we have what we need to wield the Black Knight Sword, which will do compared to our current 215 with stat bonuses, does a ridiculous 276. And the swing's not bad, it doesn't seem like too much. But, we were hitting for what, 90 some? 264. Oh yeah, and the giant rat was of course a one-off. I figured that went without saying, but yeah. So, and it does put us at 39.3 for weight. Now, as far as hitting these slimes, 28, 39 on a heavy hit. Yeah. When I said these slimes have a ridiculous amount of physical defense, I'm not kidding. It's the reason I put up with trying to get the fire weapon. It just is going to make your life easier. So, just so you're aware, that's why I did it. Just to make you guys, just to make things clear. Yeah, 115. Yep. So, we're on our way to the boss. Now, what do you imagine the boss of this area would be? What monster, what kind of creature would rule over slimes and rats and creature would be here? questions you have to ask yourself. Well, I mean, from the looks of it, it's something large. Ash Williams. Ah, here he is. The Knight Solaire. To help us out. A heavy crossbow, even. So something someone thought to pick off from here, but failed. Well, Solaire will be welcome indeed. A Knight of the Sun and a flaming mace at our side. Praise the sun. The gesture he does is known as Praise the Sun. Alright. So what's down here is a unique monster. At first it seems like a simple alien. This is the sewer guy, a bottom feeder among all bottom feeders. And this is a true dragon, the gaping dragon. Believe it or not, if I'm not mistaken, he does actually have a tail fin. Damage from the ship to Solaire. Just... Yep. With just a single hit. And Solaire has no HP slash. Never want to be at the front of this dragon, ever. Just being honest. There we go. The Dragon King Greyhawks. Its biggest attack is generally... Oh, is it going? Yeah, it's doing the charge. That charge can hit surprisingly hard, but it remains winded afterwards. Your safest bet is to never be in the front. And when you hit it from behind, it does that jump to be able to hit it. Another reason to cut off its tail is to remove its ability to do. It's just stomping around. Yep. Tail whipping gets some better damage on it. But... Oh, damn it. That's the downside to being... Yeah, downside to being to the side is you can do that grab out of nowhere, basically. And Solaire was vanquished. Yeah. Now things get a little tricky. Okay. Managed to get out of that. Yep, that grab is rough. Oh, it's up chunky. Now this attack covers a large area. Basically what it does covers a large area that, like a stomach acid. Yep, and that's why I love cutting the tail, because that makes this easy. trigger, you should be relatively fine. This field is large enough that you shouldn't have to worry too much. And that should be the charge. Yeah, because it's a two-step attack. It basically drops the front upper half of itself to the ground, and then charges forward. But this is obvious. Like I said, this is a bottom view. It's not actually used to any kind of direct combat. This thing is used to just taking easy prey from the bottom of the slopes, using a mix of its own stomach acid as well as physical crop size to subdue its prey. He hits. For its size, it's unsurprising how hard it hits. So it's mostly just a matter of letting it do what it wants to counterattack. Yep. Nope, that's the grab. Okay. That's sweet. Yeah. That's when it's going to drop down. Then it's going to take a moment before it charges. And that's when it gets winded. That's when we want to attack. Yep. Just be patient. Gaping Dragon is not a fast enemy. Not in any hurry. It believes it can kill you and it will if you let it. And spin. Yep. Spin to face. Yep. Basically, the biggest mistake you can make is trying to stand up. There. And it's going to charge here if I don't get the killing blow. Twin Humanities and the Blighttown Key. So, the other thing we picked up in this battle was the standard leather armor. No, it was the hard leather armor. That's what it was called. Armor made of thick leather, very common type of protective gear. It provides a sound level of defense. So yeah, it's the basic armor, and unfortunately, basic wasn't enough against this kind of enemy. You needed something exceptional to keep you alive. And moving forward, that's what we're going to need, is exceptional armor. So, but we did get quite the payout for this. 25,000. Alright. And the fire base we have is actually going to be sufficient for the next area as well, as we're not done with the depths. If anything, we're going even deeper. After all, let's see. Where am I missing? Yeah, it steps up one more. Yeah, it's over here. Okay. Because now that we've gotten this, open this door. The Blighttown Key. Such a welcoming name, huh? Opens door from the depths of the undead berg, swallowed by the gaping dragon. As its name suggests, Blighttown is a place of great pestilence. Even the polluted inhabitants of the depths are aware of its dangers, and built this mighty door in hopes that they could remain safely separated. So yeah, those man-eaters, this is the place they don't want to go. So how bad could it be, you have to ask yourself. Well, it's... well, you'll see. Yeah. Big guy over there is our first encounter with the true inhabitants of Blighttown. Wielding a massive club that does inflict poison. Yeah. These guys will happily knock you off the platform. That is one of those big things to note. Take a look how big this guy is. If you'll remember me being specific about wanting to build up both bleed and fire, it wasn't just for the slimes. These guys also take quite a considerable amount of fire damage. They take some, but more importantly than the fire damage, they take bleed, and they, as you might take from their clothing, have very little defense against it. Alright. On the upside, as you might have also noticed, they leave themselves fairly open. So, it's easy to get flustered when they knock you back, but a basic sense of defense. Yep. Alright. In addition, they have support with these guys. Yeah. Rat guys can be pretty annoying, and they can stagger their attacks to make things even worse. Nice. Yeah. And all the big guys drop is dung pies, if they drop anything at all. So just be prepared for that unfortunate truth. Ratmen, but, and here's our introduction to Toxic, a status effect of very, very potent, and is one of the reasons I picked up those poison bloomings before we came down here. Those guys shoot faster than you're expecting. Like, you really can. Yeah. Yep. And all it'll take is one good hit for them to toxic you, so... But once you're toxic, you can't be again, so best thing to do is just take them out. Thankfully, they only have... Yeah. Thankfully, they can drop the purple blooming clumps, but of course that's fairly rare. But yeah. As you can see, they take a decent amount of fire damage. Let's see about pulling out the Black Knight sword. Oh, by the way, the Dragon King 8 Great Axe. This axe, one of the rare dragon weapons, is formed by the tail of the Gaping Dragon, a distant, deformed descendant of the everlasting dragons. The axe is imbued with a mystical power to be released when held with both hands. Does require, though, 50 strength. So, if you can wield it, it's damaging. If you can wield it. And let's see how we handle... Alright. See how these guys handle the Great Black Knight sword. Oh yeah. That is so nice. And that's if we want to hold it one hand. That's a one-handed swing. Now, you can take the direct path, but that bridge is going to shake. Yeah, 242 on a counter. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a grab. That angry build-up to a swing at you, that's a grab. So just be aware of that fact. Now, fun other fact. This place used to be far more visible. In the original version of the game, the gloom that we see here didn't really exist. I could see across this entire area and make out exactly where everything was. They actually pulled in the draw distance, which is still funny to me. Because part of this area that was supposed to be difficult, yeah, is that you can't see. And yes, this guy is wielding a corpse as a club. Yeah, no, Blighttown is not a pleasant place to be at all. Alright. Let's see if I remember correctly. Yeah, the bonfire's just over there. But getting there is going to be a little bit of a trick. Because I remember there's a couple of rat men between us and there. Yeah, like this one here. This one. I think there's a dog? Yeah, I can hear the dog. Alright. Yeah, because the bonfire's right there. Yep, I can hear the dogs. And by the way, Skull Lantern helps a bit. Just a bit, though. Not gonna be a miracle for you. Alright. But if you want to believe it or not, we're actually fairly close Believe it or not, we're actually fairly close to... We'll drop a twin humanity, just so we can kindle this bonfire. Because getting back up to 15 will be useful. But yeah. Alright. So from here... Yeah... Of any place to do it, this would be the place to begin putting in some resist. Because you'll notice resistance, as a stat, basically just improves your defense and improves your poison resist. So overall, this is one of the best ways to do. Let's see. Like, all of them do. But resistance more than anything. HP wouldn't be... Yeah, you know what? More strength than HP. We'll need it, and the equip load will definitely be appreciated. Alright. And now that we've rested here, we can now take our time and explore this place more fully. Because, believe it or not, this place gets pretty wild. And that we got the Black Knight sword. And honestly, the Black Knight weapons are just that good. The rats are coming up the ladder. Yeah, that was their grab, but they give you plenty of time to telegraph it and deal with it. And the corpse is flailing. Yep, get it off me, get it off me. There we go. Alright. Blooming purple. Sweet. Yeah. Explore as much as you can, folks. Be wary of the path. People fall for this constantly. Because it shakes. And if you're not careful, it can make you walk off. So, yep. Sweet. And yes, that was just a mini dog. Alright. There it is. Didn't expect that, did you? Yeah. The little dogs here have the ability to breathe fire, which I will state again is one of the main reasons I laugh at the thought, well, it's a big lizard and it breathes fire is the only prerogative someone has for calling something a dragon. Half the enemies in this damn game breathe fire. Alright, looks like there's another path further down. Yep. And this is the item we could see. Just a humanity. Which is a free heal, so it's not like it's completely lost. Alright. And as you might expect, this is a dead end as well. Obviously it was a path at one point, but no longer. So, overall, there's not much here, but yeah. Control is just required. And a lot of people get angsty and jumpy about that kind of thing when their feet move under them. But if you've walked on ice, you have an idea of what you need to do to just make up for it. Alright. So that is one way to go. Then continuing to explore the other way. Saw that there was, I can see 2 more dogs over here. There we go. I like to assume those are fully grown, that that's as big as they get. There's another one of those toxic snipers. Now we got the issue. Alright. Which is one of the reasons I made sure we had 15 shots. Because if I'm perfectly honest, the way this place goes, anything less than 15 or 20 shots is not going to be enough. Yeah. To be perfectly honest, I'm not entirely sure what this thing is supposed to be. This giant, like, leech thing. I've never gotten close enough to tell. All I can tell you is that I sit here and I kill it safely from range. As far as I'm concerned, this thing could be an NPC with a huge lore, with a secret of every possible answer, and I will still sit here and pepper it with shots until I'm satisfied. Because to be perfectly honest, ugh. So no. But I know this is just some monster that... I think it attacks you, like its tentacles attack you from certain angles. So, I'm just going to use the cheapy arrows and slowly whittle it down. Just, no, I'm not dealing with this. Not close up. There are times when you can do that, and there are times where you just have to look at something and go, yeah, no, I'm not dealing with it. Ugh. Labyrinth ahead. Oh, crap. Alright. Well, back to it. Nice. There we go. Yeah, no. No, it was only my fault. I don't have anyone to blame for this. Nice. Yeah, no, I have no one to blame. That's entirely my fault. I hit the wrong button. So, of course, got me again. So yeah. As it stands, we just move our way through. Proud Knight. Yeah, must have been a hell of a night to make it this far. Probably meant. What's interesting, what's kind of brutal and interesting is these rat guys will use the corpses of their own kind against you. So it's not as if they're finding enemies to beat you with. They're just using their dead fellows, probably that were eaten. Because I can't say I can't imagine those guys being I can't imagine they're not cannibals. And they're just using whatever's handy to beat you into submission. Yep. The Eagle Shield. Let's see. We're probably not going to use it, but just so you can see, it is a tower shield. Great shield with an eagle design, lightest and easiest great shield to handle. Great shields are very stable and deflect attacks, but one cannot parry and instead bashes with the shield. So, downside is it's only 95% physical, so we still get chip damage. It's fairly decent with magic, really weak to fire being made of wood, and resists against stability, and its lightning resist is fairly decent. Only requires 16 strength, but more importantly has 70 stability versus the 58. So it can really help you shrug off attacks. Especially if you're going with like a spear build where you can attack while the shield is up. Polearms, that's one big difference in this game. Always remember, in the Souls games, the spears can attack while the shield is up, halberds cannot. That's one of the biggest distinctions between the two. So, just keep that in mind. Now, yep, more and more rat men. Alright, so, easiest place to drop down should be about here. Yep. Yeah. There we go. By and large, though, our goal in this area, believe it or not, try sorcery, yeah. Because this is where that big nasty thing was. Our goal is actually to get to the bottom. Oh, yay. Yep. Nice. Yeah, our goal is to safely make it to the bottom of this area. It's not a simple goal, but that is the goal. So, alright. So, take what measures you need to, but safely try to do your best to get to the bottom. Here, alright. I'm trying to remember, nothing else down here, really. And people tend to slide down and fall because they get overzealous and the floor shakes a bit. And as you might expect, this is not a boss fight, this is just the next lower section. Yeah. And we're getting there. little by little, step by step. And we'll be introduced past the dwellers here with these rat-faced and to the more lower residents, which are these bug chaos monstrosities. Fusion of insect and human in a quite brutal and rather repulsive manner, as if they've been directly merged together. And it's always on fire. It's always got the flaming breath. Alright. Let's see if I can... Yeah, these guys. Alright. Best thing I can do is drop down here. That gives me some shielding. It's hard to make him out. Be about there. Yeah. It's a little hard to get the shot through. Yeah. Yeah. Nice thing is, once you are toxic, you can't inflict it twice, so don't panic when you get the build-up. Just think about how you can counter it. If you have the materials too, go ahead. Otherwise, just be prepared to chug periodically when moving forward. Or if you want to wait it out, feel free. Our low toxic resistance does mean that we don't have it for long either. Long enough that it will hurt, but not long enough that it'll be impossible to manage. A Wanderer set and a Falchion. Well, unfortunately... Whoop. Oh, yay. We're low enough that this begins. These are mosquitoes! Mosquitoes suck in multiple meanings, because mosquitoes not only aim to... These mosquitoes don't actually suck your blood. They splash you with this blood effect. And it's unfortunate, but it is... The big downside to them is they're nigh on infinite down here, because it's a swamp. And I've never heard of a swamp that ran out of mosquitoes. And no, they're not an infinite source of souls. After a certain amount, they stop giving it. It's usually that if you don't get the respawn. So, yeah, and they do poison you. Yep. So yeah, they're not an infinite source of souls, they're not... Just overall, it's more an annoyance than an honestly benefit. Than any honest true threat. And yeah, they'll just keep coming. Now, your first goal when finally down here, aside from ignoring these guys, is to find a particular spot. Yeah. By the way, the swamp poisons too. So, once again though, once you're poisoned, just be prepared to chug periodically. Alright. Because where we want to go is this way. You'll see a path over here. Oh. Nice. And in here is the bonfire you want. And we'll grab a quick level. Okay. Now, we're actually really close to the second bell of awakening. However, it's fairly well protected in various ways. We'll start scouting the area just to give you an idea. First, there's the swamp's lives and flora and fauna themselves. Then there's more of those big guys from the village, from Blighttown, with rocks as their weapons. Yeah. Then, there's everything inside the mound. So yeah. Because something has built a nest over the Bell of Awakening. And that will be what we need to deal with. However, that's only if we want to continue going straight ahead. There's actually more than a few benefits to completely ignoring where you need to go. Because, my oh my, this place... there is so much to see. Let's begin with exploring the swamp itself. In the swamp, you will be under attack by a constant barrage of mosquitoes. There's nothing you can do about it. It just is. In addition, the other major enemy that you'll find down here are the one thing you will find in every friggin' swamp. Leeches. However, these leeches are actually kind of... I'm not as upset about these leeches. It's a rare chance, but these leeches actually can drop green titanite. So, there's a redeeming factor for my long-term growth with this. In addition, there's actually a few other places we can go. We aren't done with Blighttown. The upper area, we've not finished exploring it completely. But and yes, there is that antidote spell. But if I'm honest, it's almost a waste of a slot in this kind of area. Where you're pretty much better off just accepting you're going to be constantly taking damage. Like I've said, HP and stamina are how you survive this game. Not out of malice, out of disrespect for someone's personal skill, it's just simple truth. Alright. As I said, it's a low chance for them to drop the green titanite, but it is a chance. So, if you want to pump up the chance, you increase the amount of humanity you have in your chest. Yep. Large tightening shards. But yeah, as you can see, the leeches aren't actually that dangerous. They're basically here to take advantage of the fact you're constantly losing damage for the poison. So, your best bet is to just cleave through them, one by one. And the sever. A curved greatsword, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, server, rather. Yep, needs 24 strength, so we'd two-hand it. Great curved greatsword used in a mysterious ancient rite, imbued with a frightful occult energy, which restores HP with every hit. So a better version of the butcher's knife, which would restore HP on every kill. So, and yeah, have it being able to hit with it a lot would be nice. But in addition to that, yep, poison again. Yep. No treasure off them so far. And you'll notice that they were all facing here. That's because this place is actually one of the areas we can go that's a little secret. Come up here, and oh, there's an item. Plank shield. A crap piece of shield. Doesn't seem like there's anything else here until you swing at the back wall, revealing, oh, a treasure chest. Not a mimic. Twin humanities. Oh, that's convenient. Well, that was a nice little piece of treasure. Of course, that's not the actual place we... Remember that this is hidden behind two false walls. The Great Hollow. This place didn't make any sense when I played this game through the first time. The Great Hollow. I mean, what's so important about it? It's a big tree, right? And it's just hollowed out. Alright. Intricate branches weaving around each other. There's a crystal lizard running away. Nope, no more fake walls. But yeah. And another crystal lizard gone. Looks kind of like there's someone there. No idea. Alright, looks like we can drop down here. Ah, and there you see the first of the many basilisks in this area. More specifically, 3 of them. Nice. Yeah, naturally, that's what catches a lot of people off guard, is how many of them there are. And naturally, they get caught off and get killed. People falling to their deaths and finding back passages and other ways around. But yeah, back up. Alright, so the place we want to drop down then is right here, so that we can run this way and get onto that platform. Whew. It's not easy. And there's some heart-wrenching jumps in this place. And yes, I realize I just... okay. Nope. So I think then where you want to drop down is up here to down there. Now there is an item that makes this all easier, but alright, there we go. The only item in the game that may consider make me take off Havel's ring. Chloranthe, boost stamina recovery ring. This ancient ring, engraved with a large green flower, is of unknown origins. Hastens the regeneration of stamina. Well, it holds the same effect as green blossoms. Green weed shaped like a flower. Temporary boost to stamina recovery speed. This uniquely bitter, biting herb is sometimes harvested in large quantities, but normally is an annual plant found near water. So, that is a useful ring and one that a lot of people will use. So, just something to keep in mind. It's all down to what you want and what you're going to be willing to risk. Alright. So, we managed to get through this, get through all these basilisks. Oh, forgot to grab this. Alright. And just as before, our major goal is just to get down to the bottom. But of course, that's far simpler to say than to do. And naturally there will be obstacles looking to bar your path. And from this ladder, we can get further down safely. After all, if you're not going for all the items, this area is not so bad. That being said, you can see the basilisks still hiding around. And note, we don't have much in the way of curse resistance. So, you have to be very careful and hit new areas. There we go. And climb and fall and do what you need to do. So, we also saw another ladder. And the presence of ladders, while it could just be a game contrivance, I truly believe means that there were other people looking to explore this area. Alright. By the way, the big eyes are fake. If you look at a basilisk's actual anatomy, there's actually a second pair of eyes underneath their larger ones that they actually see from. It's actually one of those cute little tricks of nature. Kind of like how a monarch butterfly is supposed to look like it has huge eyes staring at something to intimidate potential predators. One of those cool little details. And we could drop down further on other branches, but if we take the main road, we come to a mushroom area? Yeah. Fungi. A universal constant that they grow on anything. And here we see yep, living, fighting mushrooms. They're not the most stable of things. Did they give that out? But yeah. Alright. Nice. Yeah, so it's them giving out that howl. But as you might expect, they're hardly the only enemies here. In fact, there's downright larger ones that hit hell of a lot harder. And you'll see that their hands are covered in blood. These are the veterans, the mushrooms that have grown powerful. And note that for as simple as their attack is, it's effective. And now what we can do, the biggest weakness to the big mushrooms is that they are fairly slow. Then again, I've never imagined anyone having to call a fungi speedy. And through the white mist, we reveal Ash Lake. music, the feel of this place. To call it oppressive would be an understatement. To call it impressive, almost worth laughing at. This place Ash Lake. A place that gives us some information. For one thing, this is where the Hydra came from. As we can see, there's another one here. That's the first thing to note. Ah, there's the bonfire. The second thing to note, we just descended down a massive tree to a massive underground cavern. But somehow the only things we see down here are trees, water, and more trees. As if the trees themselves, and we don't see the tops of these trees. We can't see where we came from. We don't, there's nothing but the same thing extending in every direction. There's some branches that break off, but there's nothing else. These trees are all just reaching down here. Now, let's get into my personal theory. This is not the lands between. Or rather, this is not the lands between we touched in Elden Ring. In my opinion. By the way, this Hydra down here is actually a lot stronger than the one we encountered upstairs. So keep your distance. No, it will not keep its. It will be coming up and trying to kill you as fast as possible. Dragon scale, that item moves and yeah. Note that it is actively trying to kill us, and going along the water. Now, funny thing about this dragon, about this Hydra. You can hide on this part of the sandbar if you want. You can keep your distance. Giant skull. However, yes, it can travel to the other side. It can jump after you. these crabs. Yeah, the Hydra will just spit the water. And it's close enough, you should be able to swing at it. So if you want to, go ahead. Try and take it off. Just be careful. Yep. Doesn't take much damage. Remember how we read for the Black Knights that their weight and the power of their weapons indicated the type of monsters they had to contend with? Did you ever think it might be something like this they had to fight? Great hydras and dragons, monsters of legend they had to cleave through. Think about that. Where else? Like I said before, I don't believe these are the lands between specifically. Instead, my personal theory is the operator. Is more so that this area it's more so that this is effectively this is what was created when the Elden Ring was broken. A place between worlds. A sort of pocket dimension. Because the lands between were just an intermediary. We hear about other lands all over the game in Elden Ring. Hell, Newman, though I call out that they are I consider that a crap name, supposedly come from far away. Which was a accepted excuse in the lands between them. Oh no, I'm just from far away. These islands are not the only place in the world. So for me, this is what this place is not a physical realm, so to speak. To me, this is some place, a place in between. It's not the lands between, it's a place between others. In addition, what's down here and back here that could make this journey worth? Well, let's see. And this Hydra will follow. You're the only prey here, so it will go out of its way for you. Strip of sand. There's even another one of these stupid crabs. Alright. But yeah, oppressive music, the feel of this place. The hydras breathing down your neck. Everything about this place is inhospitable. In the least and extreme. Everything about it is set to put your nerves on edge. So the question becomes, what is here? And what do you find? A dragon. But not just any dragon. To an everlasting dragon. One of the true eternal dragons. This is one of the beasts that Gwyn fought. These are immortal, sans direct killing. And it was forced to be here. Notice it has a den of branches. Its wings, it's almost furry, much like the dragons we saw in Elden. In addition, its horns, one is curled and the other is straight. Its wings reflect more stone-like imagery than leather. Even its forearms look more like stone given flesh. To the everlasting dragon, we offer our allegiance. The dragon headstone and the dragon eye. So, let's see. I was going to say, I don't think the dragon headstone is a literal. I don't think, but I might be. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a. There it is. Gain a dragon head and emit dragon breath. Stone imbued with the power of the dragons. Right of apostle of dragons of the ancient dragons. Gain the head of a dragon and emit dragon breath. The dragon apostles seek transcendence of life itself, attainable by transformation into an ancient dragon. This rite is only one step, but it cannot be reversed until death. It's acquired a dragon scale and invade the pillage it, and are the transcendent apostles who pray to the ancient dragons. To be alive is to be vulnerable, and the fiery gods are no exception. The apostles seek another plane of existence which transcends life. So yeah, if you have a dragon scale, you can challenge others to take it, and yeah. It is one of those things that can help. Now, it would seem to be blasphemy, but there is a tail cut for this dragon. I don't believe it breaks the covenant, so we're gonna try. Pretty sure there's a tail cut. There it is. There it is. The dragon breaks. Yep, needs 50 strength. Ultra Greatsword. This sword, one of the rare dragon weapons, came from the tail of the stone dragon of Ash Lake, descendant of the ancient dragons. Its great mystical power will be unleashed when wielded with two hands. So, I'm trying to remember the exact strength you need to two hands. But yeah, as you can see, nowhere near strong enough. We stumble and stagger. I'm saying, same thing with the other one, which is the Dragon King Great Axe. Same thing, we stumble and stagger and don't have anywhere near the strength to make use of it. So, and it doesn't break the covenant. The dragon doesn't really care. It's eternal, after all. What's losing a tail gonna do? Not much. It's going to continue living there. Alright, and pardon me for a sec, folks, while I put a bunch of stuff away. Okay. Yep. And we'll bring you out. Just getting some stuff out of our inventory so we can keep going. Just figure getting all these extra armor sets and such into the box won't hurt us. Because we're not... So that's why I wanted to come down here to show this off. Now, by doing so, I have made it quite a journey for us to get back up. But I figure that's fine. After all, I guess that gives us time to relax. It's not that stressful to get back up. The hardest part is, of course, dealing with the shots from the Hydra. Though it's kind of interesting that you can tell that the Hydra refuses to come near the dragon. Not just from a gameplay perspective, because that would just be really dickish of them to do. But in truth, I think it's more a case of the Hydra... I think it's a bit of not unintentional, but intentional storytelling that the Hydra knows the dragon's there and refuses to get closer. Also, take a note that the Hydra, the underside of the Hydra actually is more like fish-like. I survive? I survive, but where am I standing? Okay. Okay. Because I don't want to move and, you know, instantly be killed by falling into. Alright. Yeah. Alright. Water wave. Okay. Though it's interesting for me that the tendrils and that the fins have, the tendrils and underside, if you could look closely at the Hydra, I can't get a good shot of it. The tendrils and such greatly resemble them, of all things, the midnight butterfly. Which I don't believe is coincidental, in my opinion, because the fact where the only other place we find the Hydra is under the only other place you find the Hydra, like under there, it resembles the moonlight butterfly. And we're told that there is a creation of Seath the Scaleless. Wouldn't surprise me then that he would be researching the immortality and his researching the immortal scales of of his other dragons. Yep, another dragon scale. But yeah. This would be, to me, the domains of the dragons. A world in between. Not a land between, the same way that we would think of it for Elden Ring, but instead, this is a nexus of domains. My opinion and likely idea is this is the same place we will see in Dark Souls 2. Just a bit more decayed. And that this tree only brings us to the place we started. Hey Mike, how you doing? I've been pretty good. Life is life, and I'm getting to enjoy going through Dark Souls after the context of Elden Ring has been added, as we wait for the DLC for Elden Ring to come out. Alright, come on. Get up there. Yeah, it's very easy to slip, fall into the water, and die. But now we have the long journey back up. Yeah, no, Alright, so they don't take much in the way of fire damage. Good to know. So, yeah, back to the... Alright. Yep, back to the Black Knight sword. Yeah, that 200 is going to be their best damage for these guys. Yep. Ow. Mushrooms, surprisingly durable. Yep. There we go. Yep. And it's their only attack, but damn doesn't hurt. Alright. Now the long journey back up. Again, we'll do the patented Dark Souls technique, ignoring the enemies and running past. Because, again, the mushrooms are strong, but they're so slow it's not really much of a necessity to kill them. And it's not like I need the souls down here. So, yep. Oh yeah. Heading back up is usually not as bad as getting down. But yeah, there's a lot of mushrooms. Luckily, the small ones also fall over so easily that, in truth, the mushrooms are not much of an honest danger. Oh, there we go. Head first into us. It hurt a bit. A bit. It's the basilisks you're going to want to watch out for. Even then, though, the basilisks don't actually have a physical attack. So, effectively what this whole area is built to do is one of the basilisks manages to have your HP, and then you just keep getting one-shot by the mushrooms until you give up. Wow, you are a determined little guy. Yep. There we go. I'm sure the bigger mushrooms are somewhere back there looking for me, but we'll just keep on heading. This whole area was nothing but a side, but one that I wanted to make clear about how I believe this connects to Elden Ring, because this is a very unique area. It is utterly separated from the rest of Lordran. And I want that to be specific, and I want to note that, because for me, where it fits in the greater cosmology, I guess you could call it, of the Soul series. Oh, got me. Finally got me. I took too long in the swing. Alright, so we've been cursed. So ladies and gentlemen, curse, like I said, your HP is halved. Lifting the curse requires a purging stone or the aid of the healer in New Londo. So yeah, and curse is the only... Not only that, but you cannot gain humanity while you are cursed. So here we go. Now the hard part, getting back up while this. Like I said, that was the whole point of the Great Hollow area, is to do just this. Have you and then have everything one-shot you. Or at least that's the theory, anyway. Luckily, like every other status effect, once you have it once, that's pretty much it. I don't think I've ever had it recorder it. You know, 1/8 it, 1/10 it. That would be incredibly bastardly, wouldn't it? 2 has a different mechanic for cursing, but because they were feeling more merciful after this. But yeah. And then purging stones, you can buy them from 2 different people. They're either 2,000 or 6,000. But yeah. And yes, because of our low curse resistance, curse can still kill you. So don't think that's threats off the table. It's not like one of those cases where poisoned, I can just tank through it. Yep. Nope. And you see how fast it builds up, that it can become quite a problem. Alright. try and remember which... There's the ladder. Alright. If we can get up fast enough, we can get above it, and now they can no longer bother us. But yeah. I wanted to come down there, and there's easier... Later on, it'll be easier to get back down there and deal with things down there, but I wanted to show this off in the challenges this game can present just naturally by exploration. Because all too often, like in Elden Ring, the fact you could teleport away from an area became a sort of crutch. What? Hello? Hmm. Okay, there we go. Don't know what that was about. Oh well. I never said these games were perfect or pristine paragons of perfect programming. In truth, they're nowhere near. Alright. There's glitches, there's problems, there's hitbox issues. But I don't get bothered by it as much as a lot of people do, so... Alright. Nope. There we go. Alright. Yep. I know that didn't lose much HP, but every little bit counts. Okay. Alright, so we'll have to do it this way where there's two more. Yep. Nope. Yep, and if he's going for the suck in to do the spray breath, that makes this all that much easier. Alright. But yeah. I do admire the atmospheric nature, and the interest that the music is only down there, and that the ascent in the Great Hollow is completely empty. I know some people in retrospect would probably try to say, well, isn't this the Earth Tree? No, I don't believe so. I truly don't. Because I don't believe Lordran, the location we are, is the same as the isn't the same place that the Elden Ring, that the Lands Between was. I believe this is a separate land, completely to a different part of it. So, alright, now. Now that we're back in Blight Town. But we're cursed. so naturally we want to get to one of the locations that'll cure this curse. After all, the swamp has now become a bit more dangerous to us, because with less HP, we can't just tank our way through. But that's why I rested at that bonfire. Okay. So now we're gonna have to start deciding what we want to do. And I think we'll take a shortcut back to seek out a way to heal ourselves. Alright. So, that will be our primary goal, is to get back to the other bonfire we were at. The one in the lower Blight Town. Alright. Yep. And I don't see it. Alright. Yeah. So... yeah, we're gonna be poisoned pretty easily. Okay. Just thinking of the best way to get across. Alright. But yeah, after a certain number of mosquitoes, they stop giving you, souls, so you can't farm them indefinitely. Because the swing is so high on this thing, it's at least useful for that. And poison can kill you, so don't think you're safe. Like, it won't drop you to 1 and then leave you there. Cool. So we made it to this bonfire. Alright. So next... we want to make it over here. Next up, we want to come up here, where this wheel is. Right. Lots of people fall off here because they're not paying attention. And just ride this out. Alright. And it drops us off up here. And the elevator will bring us further up. And the ladder, rather, brings us further up. Ow. Luckily it didn't poison us. that's toxic. Now we're in trouble. Because toxic will kill you faster than poison ever could. Yeah. And we've only got... oh boy. Oh. Not much for it. Just try and go as fast as we can. And stretch out our chugs as best we can. But no, we won't survive this. Alright. Especially not with what's up ahead. Mimic. The key to the new Londo ruins. Yep. Nope, does nothing. Alright. Yeah, we're dead, but... yep. Unfortunately, even the miracle that removes poison only removes poison. I don't believe it cures toxin, so... alright. Alright. But now that I remember that there's the toxic spitter, we should be alright. I just need to keep my shield up and remember where he is. Because one of our greatest assets, once we're up there, we should be fine. Because I believe there's 3 of the big guys that are blocking the path. And that's it. But once you're past those 3, it'll be a clear shot to the top. That bad. There it is. Okay, nope. I missed the ladder. Okay, now I remember where he is. Okay, run. Okay, now we'll make it. Now we're fine. Yeah. We'll come back with full health and some purple blooms and deal with him. Because he's also guarding something, naturally. Him and a bunch of other guys are guarding something I really want. But for that, I gotta get out of here first and cure my curse. Okay. So, we'll use the heal. Alright. Get our souls back. And let's begin with this guy. 263. Ow. Alright. Yep. Yeah, no. It's hard to tell because there's actually a second swing they can do from that animation. They can either swing or they can... Yeah. And no matter what you do, you're generally going to draw both of those guys at the same time. I can at least draw the guy first. Because he can have a 2-hit combo and actually swing a second time out of both of them. Got it. There. That's at least a crit. And there we go. Yeah, these guys are horrible. They're just really rough. Alright. Yep. Like I said. Alright. He does have a potential second swing. It's just a question of whether they're going to do it. Nice. But 2 swings is about all they have, so. Alright. And with that, we're back to a very, very, very funny place. That place being the Valley of Drakes. More importantly, the Valley of Drakes where we've been before. It's where we got the sword, the Astora Greatsword. The Astora Straightsword, sorry. And made our way. So, we're back to where we can go to Firelink Shrine. Let's see. So who's got the purging stones? I guess the easiest one to reach would be the partner up on the top of the cathedral. Say, yeah, he would be the simplest.
Oh, woe is the undead who's cast on top of it all. Harsh times. Harsh times indeed.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. Here. Long ago, I was told of a Remedition who resides in New London. Does he really exist? But don't blame me if he's just an apparition.
Yeah.
Have you been to just head that? It was once an undead, unless the go.
Yeah. It's a pretty rough place now. It's the reason I've avoided it up till now. Alright. So yeah. And it's...
Oh, blast. Oh, sometime.
Homeward, force, yeah, no, he doesn't have it. Okay. Yeah, not much we can do there. So, just need to get back up to the top of the tower. We've been up there a few times, this shouldn't be too bad, right? Actually, while we're on our way up, well, on our way back down, we can go talk to Andre and see about maybe starting to finally put some real work into this armor. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Once you're able to wield the Dark Knight sword, the Black Knight sword, it is kind of just... It's a slow swing. Make no mistake, but... the space it cleaves through is kind of sickeningly good. So, head on up. I believe it's only like 2,000 for you, but we'll see. Regardless of the price point, we just need a purging stone.
Greetings. I am pleased to see.
Yep, 3,000. Okay. And we could get a Bloodbird Poison Bite ring as well, but... Alright.
Welcome. Anything is only.
Alright. So now... there we go. Back to full. And yeah, so that's the journey you have to make sometimes. Depending on your situation, but... simply put... it is simply what's... slipping up around the basilisk can cost you. Not necessarily the HP, but just the amount of time and effort it takes to get your HP back. Of course, the worst HP thief in the game still belongs to in number 3. If you know what I'm talking about, you hate it too, I know. Or at the very least it scares the living hell out of you. Alright. Nice. Alright. So let's go talk to Andre and see what we can do. Because now that we have the Elite Knight set, we can start looking to upgrade it. Gorgeous view ahead. Yeah. What's the phrase DILF?
Well, hello again. You seem to be doing need any.
Purchase item. Just so you know, Crest of Artorias. This crest opens a door in the Darkroot Garden sealed by ancient magic. The door leads to the grave of Sir Artorias the Abyss Walker. Many adventurers have left for the grave, but none have returned, for they make easy prey for local bandits. With such dangers, the crest can do more harm than good in the hands of the uninitiated. So he has it, and the price is mostly just to confirm that you are capable of producing that many souls easily. Repair box, because we probably need it. And weaponsmith. I was gonna say, don't really have too much. Yeah, don't have any twinkling on me. Let's see. Yeah, or green titanite. We do have dragon scales, but I don't have the strength to wield either of the dragon weapons. get the repairs done. And now let's take a look. The Elite Knight set does just... Okay, and I just don't have any Titanite shards on me. Okay.
Don't get yourself neither of...
Sweet. Okay. So we're repaired, refitted. We now have the box, so we can do repairs at least at our bonfires. Okay. No matter how good you get with the armor and the smithing boxes, you can never modify, so you will always have a need for the blacksmiths. Just so you're aware. Alright. So, we have now officially made it and gotten our HP back. So now, the place we need to go... We walked a lot through the swamp already. So I suppose the next place is just simple. It's to aim to do that fight. Alright. And we're back to normal.
How did that nutty sorcerer make it unexpected?
Yeah, we saved him. Yeah, it's kind of funny. The Firelink Shrine ends up having a little bit of a population boom as you save people. But I will say this. The most you get, the reason I killed Lautrec so early is not specifically just for his ring, but because his story is a pain in the neck to do, and all it does in the end, which is kind of nice, but still one of those things of, okay, that was it, is it allows the Silent Firekeeper under the Firelink Shrine to say, thank you. And it's nice and all, but there's so much work put into it. I don't know, it never felt like it was really worth it. Now, for those curious, I've not fully explored the Valley of the Drakes. Partially because the Drakes here have way too much physical defense. Partially because the big half-dragon we woke up over there is a pain in the neck. And partially just because there's not that much here. But it does connect New Londo, Blighttown, and actually the Dark Root Basin. So yeah, it's poisonous. Like a truck, but that's kind of the funny thing. There's not actually that much to this. Yeah, this is just going to keep spewing poison. Because that's all that can reach you. Yeah, 100... Give it melee range, it just does that. It's not really that worth it. But hey, I have to show it off, just so you're aware. But yeah. Valley of the Drakes is a sort of buy area that lets you bypass and get through a couple different ways. But yeah. So we could focus on pouring points into strength to try and reach those ludicrously powerful I don't know what, the dragon weapons. Though it is interesting that the dragon weapons all require 50 strength. Almost as if the primordial nature has been sort of... But then again, we are also talking about weapons fashioned from their very flesh and bones. So I suppose it makes sense, and as a testament to their own personal strength. Still, oh, and that big dragon, undead dragon, I usually just kill it with a bow. It's not really worth attacking it with anything else. In my opinion, anyway. Let's see. Alright. Let's get back to Blighttown. I always love the fact that these guys are only expecting attacks from the Blighttown side. And they're just looking to keep out. They're only looking to keep things in. Which is kind of an interesting point. Kind of like, it's one of the things that is kind of interesting. Kind of like the Baldur Knights. You would think they'd be there to keep something in, but instead they're always facing outward threats. What's kind of interesting is these guys do have like spikes sticking out of them. They definitely don't look naturally like they do. So those are more stabbed into them. Trying to decipher what I can think of that. Because naturally my first idea is I think of the omens of Elden Ring. That these are simply decayed versions who no longer grow horns. Or maybe they started wearing these helmets, these sacks. The sacks, they are known to be apparently comfortable and soft. So, wouldn't surprise me. It's a thought. Nice. And you're picking up through the floor. There. Yep, got toxic right off the bat. Lost focus. Okay. Well, since I'm already toxic, let's just go. Okay. So, one up there. Yep. More purple moss clumps. So, might as well just endure. Yep. And blooming. Again, since we're already toxic. What the hell? Oh, come on, I'm not falling off. Because, yeah, you can be individually poisoned and frigging. Yep. Okay. Alright. Yep. Okay, he's... Alright. This is the one that I can't really reach too well. Alright, so we'll just come around. Alright. Alright. There we go. And there we go. Yep. Trying to go up the ladder? That's cute. Thank you for making this easy. Yeah. Nice. So they have an AI to try and run to you, but these dogs are not permitted to climb ladders. Alright. So, another proud knight soul. Alright. And now we can head down here. I mean, okay, if I was to take a direct inference, I don't believe these are direct relatives of the old. The biggest thing to me is that Dark Souls 1 is not a direct sequel, so to speak. In other words, what I mean by that is I don't believe this is the Lands Between. I believe this is the fallout from the Lands Between, as the actual territory, the actual islands were abandoned, in my mind. And this is where the refugees would come later. And at that time, dragons rose back to power. Firekeeper Soul. So that's a potential +2 to our... Alright. Anyway. But yeah, to me what it is this is the area where many of the descendants decided to come. Dragons rose to power once again, thus the opening statement that all that existed were stone arch trees and everlasting dragons. Where we see that is down below. So what I imagine is that it's a case of those people who escaped from the land between effectively were moved to this land, Lordran, or whatever they called it originally. Then what follows is what we see here. The rise of the Age of the Gods, and its inevitable downfall, and then what we're experiencing now. But yeah, at least that's my perspective on it, as far as the story goes. One thing I forgot to do is come back here. Another mimic. And another dragon scale. So we can offer dragon scales to get different body parts turned into dragons, into a dragon, or we can keep moving. Now, let's do... Alright, use one twin humanity. Alright. So reverse hollow. Alright. And kindle. And again. Alright. Now that we're in human form, we're actually being invaded by Man-Eater Mildred. No, she's immune to being slowed in the swamp as well as the poison. She's also not exceptionally high HP. She was vanquished, got some humanity, and a butcher knife, which is a pure strength weapon that basically heals you based on the kills. Something of a Dark Souls staple. Let's see. Alright. So move that up to there. Sweet. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's try and enter this big damn place ahead of us. This big bug's nest. Note there's not too many ways to do this. one entrance covered by several of the big guys. Alright. Oh! Crap, I completely forgot about this guy. That made me jump. That got me good. Yep. Completely forgot there was one guy off to the side. No, there's two of them. Huh. Did not remember them. Okay. There you go. You finally got to see me actually jump. That's inevitable with this kind of game. You're not going to remember everything. There we go. Alright. Yep, they still only drop dung pies. Yeah, they're not incredibly damaging, they're just... like, you can kill them. And there's a great club, so their weapon if you want to go unga bunga. Mostly it's just one of those things you have to be wary of is... So, usually, easiest way to do, same thing we've been doing. Take the cheapy arrow, hit him once, and bait out. See who you can bait out. Because even just reducing it to... yeah. Yeah. Even baiting these guys down to... there we go. Because if you can bait it down to just one, guess what? It becomes a hell of a lot easier to deal with. And trust me, these guys have surprisingly good aim with their rock. Alright. Wow. There goes most of my guard. And the counterattack right up the ass on that one. Alright. And there we go. So, come on, nope, wait, poisoned. Out of the swamp. Sweet. So now, we don't have to kill all three, so we can just get away with this. And head on inside. Would you believe we're almost there? We enter Quaylag's domain. Oh boy, okay. These are enemies who are pleading with you not to kill them. I am also pleading with you not to kill them. There's these maggots that come out of those egg sacs that are incredibly gross and give you this horrible parasite head. Just don't. Just, ugh. It's just disgusting and it's just horrible and ugh. So no. Alright. Touch summon sign. Hey! Maneater Mildred wants to help. Huh. I always love that. She attacks you, Okay, we're a little too tough for her. Okay, but then she wants to help us with this fight. Well, we got introduced to the area earlier. Once again, like the bugs outside, a crude fashion of insect and human, as if they've been directly fused into a single entity. Quelaag, the Chaos Witch. Okay, this fight is all about area denial. In other words, she wants to deny you as much area as possible to work with. Also note, Man-Eater Mildred has far more HP than you think she does. She takes a beating in this fight real bad. And in the distance you can hear the ringing of the second bell. Quelaag's spider bit is, basically looking to make me do that. Walk into its lava spit. Yep. That's basically what she's at. And she has that little area burst. Yeah. But you can tell when she leans down to touch her spider half that's what she's going to do. By the way, the fire sword she has, not the worst thing. But yeah. Yep. Fun facts. There we go. Remember how they mentioned how this sword was... Yeah, that's the soul of Quelaag. Twin humanities. Presumably from those she's devoured. Alright. Let's see. And her soul. Quelaag's soul contains all aspects of chaos. Use it to capture acquire a huge amount of souls, or to create a unique weapon. Once a daughter of the Witch of Izalith, but now a chaos demon. Crudely fashioned demon too. It's like she was simply melded onto something else. Yeah, we all did it. And after all the struggle and all the pain, we can pull this switch. The second bell of awakening. Both ring out from the tops and bottoms. And the giant lifts the gate. One we recognize. One the rotund man has been waiting for. He waited, but we were the ones who accomplished the task. Now, for simplicity's sake, I'm going to activate a bonfire, but I'm not going to rest at it. This is because I have no intention of exploring further, due to the simple truth that we've managed to do 2 bells. And again, Quelaag laid her eggs on so many unwilling souls. But they all plead with us not to release the eggs, because that will kill them. Alright, so for now, we'll use a homeward bow. Let's see. Just out of curiosity, I'm trying to remember. What weapon I should be aiming. One I think about. It's funny, but it's the only weapon I think I really want to use. Just looking for the stats. Because I think I do need some more intelligence. Okay, yep. Alright, so that's the 24, 18, 20, 20. That's going to be... Okay. So just looking at what I need to do for my levels... Yeah, so the only thing I need to up really... Okay, so strength, start pushing that up. Because there is one sword I really want to use in this game, which is the best version of one particular boss weapon. Oh. Sorry folks, I'm just looking up the page for one great sword that I really want. Alright. Alright, so for him... Okay. Alright, so the place we know... We'll go see exactly why they're called the Bells of Awakening. Of course it did. Of course, the game made me slip. Oh well. Most deaths feel like your fault. That didn't, but I'm also... Okay, now I'm back focused. Now I know what I need. Now I know what I need to do. So we're now able to go up, 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 up. Yeah. Okay. Because what we need from this point... We have plenty of weapon materials, so we're good overall. Yep, just need to get my stats up, which won't take too long. Notes. Oh, that guy's a one-off. Huh. I thought all those blowpipers were all respawns. Huh. Well, live and learn. Alright. Be on our way out. Nice. Managed to duck under the attack. Yeah, these guys are decent payout too. Yep. Yep. Nice. Yep. Alright. Yeah, we're not too bad. There, that'll help break it up. There. Yeah, nothing too horrendous. And okay, made it out nice and safe. In one piece, no less. Now, let's head back up. Well, we have to head down to New Londo and then just trying to think if there's anything else I particularly wanted to do, but nah. Very good. And go talk. And see what's new in Firelink. After all, we rang both bells, something's supposed to happen, right? Well, let's see.
Did you ring the second bell? That is incredible, I must say. But now we have a new problem.
Oh?
It's noisy, it snores, and its breath is lethal. This is no laughing matter, I tell you.
Oh? What are you talking about?
Damn, that's stench. And I was really beginning to like it here. Maybe it's time I do something about it.
Something foul enough to make even him react.
Me?
What is he talking about? What? What was that shit? Oh. Oh. What are you? Hello?
Ah, hello. Was it you who rang the Bell of Awakening? I am the primordial serpent, King Seeker Fract, close friend of the great Lord Gwyn, chosen undead, who has rung the Bell of Awakening. I wish to elucidate your fate. Do you seek such enlightenment?
Yes. Sure, we'd like to know more.
Very well. Then I am pleased to share. Chosen undead, your fate is to succeed the great Lord Gwyn, so that you may link the fire, cast away the dark, and undo the curse of the undead. To this end, you must visit Anor Londo and acquire the Lord Vessel.
Okay.
I am pleased. Is it something urgent?
So, we can feed him items, which is basically selling for some souls.
Those who seek the realm of lords must brave Sen's fortress, a deadly house of traps. Many have gone before you, but none have returned. Fate has chosen you, but proceed with caution. Those who seek many have fate.
So, if you have items you don't want to use, for example these cracked red eye orbs, you can get some extra souls. Bizarrely, dung pies are quite a thing to feed him. Let's see, anything else? Note that the souls do not get their value, they get a set amount. So, Manny, 20 Manny, rubbish, or... Nope, coins actually get quite a bit as well. You can feed him chunks to get smaller chunks if you don't need them. Bandits... Yeah, like these extra short swords. Another way to keep your inventory lean. Okay. Note that the dragon greatsword actually gets you 5,000. And we don't need to. And the Dragon King greatsword gets you 5,000. 1,000 for the Pyromancy Flame. It's interesting what gets more, because it's usually sources of real power. Heavy bolts. Alright. Alright. And the Ring of Fervor and Protection, Dark Moon Seance Ring, Havel's Ring, yeah. Alright. So you can feed him large Titanite shards to get Titanite regular shards. You can get Titanite chunk to get large Titanite shards. You can feed him various colored Titanites to basically get the smaller pieces, and possibly green.
Farewell.
Alright, but this is the Primordial Serpent, friend of Lord Gwyn, and actually helps elucidate something particular about this place. I brought up earlier how it's always odd that the soldiers are always facing outwards. Well, there's a reason. All of this was set up so that you would have a replacement for Gwyn to link the fire. In other words, this is all a setup. This is all someone established and set in motion to test and simply have someone run the gauntlet. Literally, in many cases, to be strong enough to gather enough souls to feed the fire. That is one of the key things. The fire has to be fed, or darkness will consume this world. And to do so, we're going to need all the power we can get. But yeah. So this is all something of a game, or at least a test prepared, so that whoever makes it through will have enough souls and strength in them that they can burn in the fire, because when it's obvious that linking the fire, they never specifically say what you're linking it to. My personal belief is that linking the fire is you link it to your soul. I do love that you can actively switch covenants wherever you want. Alright. Before we go, we're just going to buy a bunch of Titanite shards, because we want...
Well, I'll use it. Need any?
Alright, got 8. So, yeah. We get the most points, I believe, out of the chess piece, so we'll start with that. Alright. Wow, that's 5 points for the +4. But that's also where we need to start needing.
Most weapons are not for every hunt. If you note it, you can ask them. They're nice thick, so pay. Don't get yourself neither of them.
So, we'll just use a Soul of a Nameless Soldier, that's fine. Just to do a little bit
Well,
more.
you need it.
Reinforce armor. Like, that's a 5-point jump. That's nice. Yeah, no, that large Titanite. That's 5 points a pop, so yeah, you get some real good points now. So, plus 6. Yep. Sweet.
Don't get yourself neither.
Alright. And as far as why I wanted to start improving our armor, it's because coming here to Sen's Fortress marks where the game starts to hit a little harder. So yeah. A lot of people will push early on towards various locations because they want to get things as early as possible. By the way, Sen's Fortress, you know how I said they were running us through a gauntlet? They're not kidding. Everything about this place is a test. You have to pay attention. Alright. And just like... like Quelaag herself, man serpents. Literal fusions of man and snake. Clearly created by the Chaos Witches. Alright. So, let's see if maybe the... So we were doing alright damage there, but not great. The man serpents actually have fairly good physical resist. So let's see if our Restore Straight Sword might pierce them a little better. Alright. Not bad. Under 13. Not bad. And they're the same souls as the big guys who were guarding down the way, so... Got him. Not the worst. Soul of a brave warrior who managed to get this far, theoretically. And it's kind of funny, they call us the chosen undead, but I'm finding the souls of others who have made it this far. Something kind of stinks about all this. And here we have the depiction of some knights with their arms outstretched as if they're supposed to... as if they're supposed to be holding some sort of weapon. And now a test of our dexterity and awareness, I suppose. Nice. So, and we can see there's a serpent up there looking to cast lightning bolts at us. There we go. I was just trying to get the spacing right. Alright. Yep. So this serpent is definitely very least is sentient. It's able to cast a miracle, which is a active act of faith. Kind of an interesting thing. And down it goes. And the switch. Could see that, so just as the entrance, as you might expect, it would do that. Alright. So we're at and the treasure chest they want us to get. Just more large Titanite shards. Excellent, huh? And a sleeping guard. Well, no bit sense bothering him. We'll just keep on our way. Oof. Alright. Yeah, that's kind of rough. Well, good to know. Oh. Whoops. Well, at the very least we get to see our buddy. Yeah.
Oh ho! Ah, where did you come from? Splendid news, I tell you.
Oh.
Yes, indeed. For a ball, to be precise. I'm afraid I'm a bit too tough to be outrunning those things. So here I sit, but who knows?
So he's waiting for us to figure this out for him. Now, as they say, every human has their different specialties, strengths, and weaknesses. So, we'll have to make do with our own strengths. We're a little faster than him, then. So here's hoping we can make it. Whew. Alright, so that's taken care of. Now, what was he guarding? A chest. Doesn't seem kind of off to you, though. Something seems wrong with this. Maybe not. One more, just to be sure. Ring of Steel Protection. Now we start getting into the truly, which ring do you want? That is 50 points of physical defense across the board. On top of the Elite Knight set, that means you can tank quite a bit of damage. So, alright. And you might have caught on earlier, but they don't trip, these guys don't trip the oak. It's unfair, but they don't trip the floor sensors. Which does kind of suck, but well, there's no trap. But if you notice, this is where the trap's coming from. So, you can either hold to the side, or hold your shield up and come this way. Alright. And a lot of people die here because of that. They're not paying attention to where the ball's rolling. Yeah, you can't make it up there fast enough. What you can, though, is down. And the balls do, in fact, fall down here. And another one. Now this is where you're going to have to start paying attention. Notice that the lid is moving up and down. This is the first one, and the easy prey for a lot of noobs. This is a mimic. Mimics. Ow. Alright. Alright. That kick is really what you have to look out for. The other attacks are not so bad, though if he does grab you, it's probably game over. Just honest. The grab looks like he's just coming back and falling over. Alright. Lightning Spear. So, for those curious, it is a regular spear, but enchanted for lightning. Lightning, like fire, removes the stat growth. So it is just the type of damage it is. Lightning damage being effective against certain enemies. Now, notice the way this... Again, this is an example of reading the situation. This place goes, the chain goes up, then it goes up a little bit more. This is actually a trap, and the fact that it's covered in blood is supposed to warn you. Effectively, what this does is pull you to the door, and then if you have to get off. If you don't, it pulls you up into some spikes in the top. I don't remember if they're instant kill, but I know they do hurt. So, just take it and understand that it is. Okay. So yeah. Doesn't open from this side, which is fine because this is how you actually get up into this main room. Alright. So that's the way the balls are currently going. This is if you want to get rid of the balls. And this is another way. So, I believe what you want to do is push it first this way. Because this will push... Yeah. Which will push it down to crush the snake. One more. Alright. This one, I believe, just comes this one is just to get rid of it, so it doesn't hitting the other paths. Yep. So now, one of the ways we can go okay. So, just so we're able to shortcut. Mistaken, this is how you were getting up here originally. Alright. Shouldn't come down. Of course it still does. Okay, so we still need to... Alright. Because that's not the one that affects this route. Okay. That's what it is. Okay, that's what I'm misremembering. So now... Because I don't believe this resets. No, it does. Okay. So it does reset after a set time. Okay. That's what I'm... one of the things I'm misremembering. Alright. Alright. Down this way. There's a ball through there. Alright. The covetous gold serpent ring, which increases the item drop rate, I believe. Yep. So, you know, if you really want some items and you don't want to wait, or you're just grinding and you want to make sure it doesn't take as long, yeah, absolutely. Yep. Alright. So the traps do reset. Alright. Speaking of traps, this is another cool one. Hit you on the side, so you, even with your shield up, it doesn't matter. Then from here, have another. Alright. To be honest, this is one of those leap of faith kind of things, in my opinion. Just run through. Which I think is kind of the point with this one. Yeah. Here we go. Okay. Nice. There we go. Alright. By the way, the curved swords these guys are wielding do bypass shields. Alright. Yep, like I thought. Yeah, if I can get it. Yep. Yep. Because, yeah, the whole big trick with this one is you're supposed to take this guy out so you can push through. Again, you have to remember that Sen's Fortress is basically built as a labyrinth or obstacle course. Which means, at the end of the day, they want you to succeed. They make it extremely difficult, but end of the day, the entire point is that you succeed. That is what they desire most of all with this. Alright. Now this is a little bit of a cruel one. Because there's that trap. Yeah. And there's all of them. As I say, I didn't remember if there was an item over here. Alright. I don't remember if that's just a death pit or a shortcut. I don't remember. Alright. And a new lesson in how to read, a repeat of an old lesson of how to read your situation. For one thing, there's the big man, dropping the boulders. That's how this is working. He has a massive pile of boulders that just keeps piling up, and he drops them down there. Pretty simple, right? Yeah. Now, as far as learning to read your area, look up here. Oh, there it is. There's a guy up above, even here, with giant clay jars of fire bombs. Yeah. Sucks a bit, don't it? Now. Alright. Where do you want to go? Actually, is here and down here. Because this is the bonfire for Sen's Fortress. And whether you want to believe it or not, this is actually an extremely useful one. Alright. A Baldur Knight. Now this is kind of interesting that the Baldur Knights are here. We know that the Baldur Knights, their kingdom, was largely overrun by undead. So, it then begs the question, what would you want? Why then are they here? Well, they're still knights and they had a sense of honor, right? So they wanted a way to be useful and you know, using the skills they had. Yeah, this isn't a mimic. The Flame Stoneplate Ring. What's that? Simply put, much like how the Ring of Steel Protection increases our physical defense, it hardens our defense against fire. What a time to get it, right as somebody's chucking massive fire bombs at our head. I said before, Sen's Fortress is a labyrinth, but one they want you to solve. Your success is what they are counting on. That doesn't mean they make it easy, but it does mean that it is not impossible, and they do supply materials you need to succeed. So it is not... So you at no point are at a point where they will do something that is impossible for you to overcome. And my suggestion, by and large, is to understand prioritizing. By that I mean essentially understand you don't need to grab every item now. Grab it when you have a chance. And this here lets you get a view back down and an understanding that yes, this giant is the one blocking this road. So, you'll have to deal with him at some point. But first, there's a couple other things we can deal with. Let's start with the giant with the firebombs. He's up here after all. Just need to get up to it. Alright. Managed to get through before he started chucking the bombs again. And this... Oh my. Shook the whole damn building. And... Yep. Impressive. But it's clear he's not in good shape. Alright. Yep. Yeah, no. That wins him something fierce. Yeah. Oof. There he goes. A giant, maybe a troll? A Titanite chunk. Now that guy is actually a permanent kill, so we will never have to worry about the firebombs again. So that is one less thing to worry about. This, however, is access to the boss. And there it stands. A giant golem with an iron axe. We'll come back to him. But there's a couple more secrets left in this place, and items we skipped over for fear of the firebombs. Among other things. But yeah. And it's the Baldur Knights, and we see that's even those mace-wielding ones. All are here and gathered to protect this place. Which is all the interesting, because now we know that this entire thing was set up as a route, as something of a obstacle course to ensure someone is strong enough to be worthy to succeed and win. Nope. Snipers. Problem with sniping is you have to be in one position, so I imagine that guy was trying to snipe the giant and got a firebomb to the skull for his problems, for the effort. Probably had the perfect shot too, but just took a little too long to get it. How about this one? Another brave warrior who came this way. I'll put it this way, folks. It's clear that I'm making it clear that this was all a setup. That someone was actively manipulating the situation to make us the quote-unquote hero of the story. Alright. And here we meet someone special.
What? What? Who are you? Another undead. I took on Sam's fortress alone, but I was no different from those vile creatures. I was driven by conceit. You can do that. You can handle it. Yes, so let me help you.
So, he offers black firebombs, green blossoms, titanite, large titanite, green titanite, at 5k a pop though, but an unlimited source. The great sword, the great axe, the balder shield, the tower shield. Let's see, various arrows. The Katarina set, which is the balder set, the steel set that he's wearing, which is fairly powerful. The Thunderstone plate, the Spellstone plate, these two can be quite useful. But the green Titanite shard can be very nice as well as the regular Titanites. So this guy is a absolute love this guy. Absolutely love this guy.
There's nothing more to say. I'm finished. End of story. Go along, try and make something, but nothing will come of it.
And another despondent sort who kind of gave up. Probably bashed his head against the iron golem there for too long. And decided that giving up was the smarter and easier option. Well, he's not wrong in that sense. It's the easier option. And down here at the base of this place. A cage key. This is one of the more necessary ones. Opens the hanging cage in Sen's fortress. If a hapless adventurer becomes fatigued during an imprudent attempt to overcome the fortress, the Serpent Men will not kill him, but lock him up in a lonely cage. Eventually, unless they have forgotten, they drag the victim off to who knows where. So whether they devour them or... Honestly, the more obvious answer is they probably just drop them off to the depths in exchange for various foods themselves. So they offer the man-eaters some sustenance, and the man-eaters supply probably supply something in return. Exactly what, I'm not sure. But... Oh. Ow. Yep. It sucks. But that cage key is absolutely wonderful. Because for those curious, all the cage key allows you to do is get from the top of Sen's fortress to the back to the entrance readily. Because all you have to do is ride the cage. Alright. it's very easy to make a bad jump from here, so nothing too much to worry about there, but just to show it off, this cage, I believe. And down we go. Brings you the whole way back down to the entrance. Then if you want to get back in, it'll bring the other one down and bring us back up. Simple, no? So, a nice shortcut. Now, that being said, there's two more things I want to do. The first is I'm going to try and make a jump that I'll probably regret. Made it. And this giant, the same as before. Yeah, don't want to fall down the hole though. And down he comes. Stomp. Stomp. Alright. Yep. The biggest problem you're gonna have is making sure you don't fall into the hole. Okay. Alright. Yep. Alright. There we go. Alright. And unfortunately, his balls, these big metal balls, these big stone balls, whatever they are, they don't break. So there's no way to get past them. And this is an Elden Ring. There is no jump button. Otherwise, we'd be able to see what's past there. But, since we can't, I did it. Yep. So, now it doesn't matter if things get pushed. Alright. So the first place we'll go is down this way, because the path is open now. Yep, the guard's still sleeping. Alright. Alright. Nice. And
You seem quite lucid. A rare thing in these times. I am Logan. I'm a bit cooped up, as you can see. I have a bright idea. Suppose you set me free.
Okay.
No, but empty-handed. But I could repay you with knowledge and sorcery. This place is melting my mind. The inactivity is repressive.
Yeah. He's an old man who's just stuck in a cage.
Oh, heavens. Thank you. I'm safe. And I'd love to resume my travels. But I must log a few things first, and I owe you a favor. Speak with me then.
Okay. So yes, he's the other sorcerer
Oh,
too.
hello. I'll be on.
Alright. So, He's the other sorcery teacher in this place. And he basically just got caught. Soul of a hero. Indeed. And yeah, if you notice I haven't looked down much in this place, you can see why. There are many, actually quite a few, Titanite demons down on the bottom. And they are indeed rough to deal with. So, from a personal standpoint, I typically just ignore them. Alright. And now... Yep. Now that the ball no longer exists, I'm going to have to deal with you idiots the normal way. Alright. Yeah, any 100% physical resist shield makes these guys trivial. Or at least less of a problem. But yeah, as you can see, our friend, the Onion Knight, is not here. Yep. So, with the giant gone, he can now advance. Let's see how far he got. Oh, I forgot to grab that item. Okay, I'll grab that in a moment. Yeah. And even if the machines are working, it doesn't matter because the ball isn't being dropped. Okay, so it's up here. Completely forgot about this. Oh, one of their shodels. Nice curved sword, decent bleed damage. Mostly just one of the... Its biggest unique affinity is the fact that it can bypass most shields. So if you've got a particular opponent who's hiding behind their shield most of the time, that can help you out. Alright. Yep. Yep. And he's done. Whew. Man. Got a little greedy. Yep. No ball to shoot, so we're safe. Alright. So that's the last of that secret. Just trying to remember. Yeah, we can just use the homeward bone. We're good for here. Just trying to think of anything else. Okay. So we'll go back. Alright, so we will reverse hollowing. Alright. And with the enemy we're going up against, Just thinking about it, yeah. Let's go to the Fire Morning Star. Obviously, an Iron Golem isn't going to bleed, but it's still blunt damage and fire. Because, like here, these big tall knights in steel armor. Yep. 32 damage. Alright. Let's see if... Okay, see if the Astora Greatsword helps. Oy. $41. Alright, try the Black Knight sword. $102, yeah. Again, how I kept saying this place is built for you to succeed. These guys, I believe, have similar defenses to what the Iron Golem boss does. So, finding what weapon will work best on these guys is generally your best way forward. I believe they can drop large Titanite shards, so it is worth it. In addition, there's this separate side tower which is one of the funnier little inclusions, at least to me. Oof. Not bad. Yep. 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 Another knight. Ricard's rapier. And up here, what he was guarding. No fakes. A divine blessing. And a rare ring of sacrifice. These are extremely unique treasures. The rare ring of sacrifice, you not only don't lose souls, but it will actually break curse. This mystical ring was created in a sacrificial rite of Velka, the goddess of sin. The magenta-shaded ring is especially rare. Its wearer will lose nothing upon death and will be freed from any curse whatsoever, but the ring itself breaks. In addition, the holy divine blessing, holy water from the goddess Guinevere, fully restores HP and undoes irregularities. The goddess of sunlight Guinevere, daughter of the great lords of sunlight Gwyn, is cherished by all as a symbol of bounty and fertility. Well, we'll get to know these characters, the gods, better soon, I imagine. As the place we are headed, the land of the gods, is on the other side of Sen's fortress. All we have to do is make it to the top. It shouldn't be that bad, right? We've been cleaving our way through this entire time. Surely there's nothing left that can really promise us a hard time. Even the snakemen weren't that bad, right? Still, we're almost there. Now, I don't want to take chances, so I'm going to let you in on a little secret on why I became human. And honestly, if I was a big PvP player, I'd be here all the time, looking to invade and get easy kills. Because if you come here to this little side area, there's a special summon sign. Iron Tarkus. One of the toughest, one of the most powerful champions you can summon in this game. The man is wielding an ultra greatsword, a heavy set of steel iron plates of armor, and a thick, heavy shield. This man is a champion in every aspect of it. And he's offering to help us. Well, all we can do is be grateful for such help and traverse the white light. The Iron Golem awaits. It's huge. Yeah. Yep. Doesn't take much damage, but yeah. Look at how much Iron Tarkus chunks off this guy. And look at that. He grabbed him and only did so much damage. Alright. This tower has been destroyed how many times over? From the force of every blow from this thing. It's clear Tarkus was more than up to the challenge. He should. So then why isn't he? More of an iron golem. And a piece of humanity he leaves behind for us. But that begs the question. I mean, we're clearly outclassed by Tarkus in every aspect. Why hasn't he succeeded Gwyn? I mean, the guy was clearly in a league of his own, as strong as they come. And this ring of light that was left behind by the golem. Oh, another threat. Well, we just got. Wait, what are you doing? Come on, guys. Don't. Don't drop me. Well, they bring us from Sen's fortress higher above. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of the gods, Anor Londo. It's easy to say that this is where I would shake my head when people want to bring up the question of, oh, by the way, If you talk to them, you can be brought back down. When people bring up the idea that... When people want to say that effectively each game, like the idea that this game took place in the same area as Elden Ring. This is not the Atlas Plateau. Not only is the geography wrong, but fine, I admit, over the probably millennia between the two games, these are complete. It could have, become more acclimatized. But if I'm honest, no, this feels completely different to me. This always feels the idea that this was built somewhere else entirely. I do love the structure. The rigid... The entire place feels like an entire dedicated temple. By the way, yeah, despite getting here, the guards are none too friendly. They'll let you walk past, but if you get too close, they will attack you. Which is a real shit way to lose your souls, just saying. Especially after you just beat the Iron Golem. But here we see a bonfire already kindled and awake. Alright. So. Alright. Hello.
Well, you are a rare visitor. Welcome to the lost city of Anor Londo, chosen undead. If you seek Lord Gwyn's old keep, exit here and head straight yonder. If you are the chosen one, a revelation shall visit thee. What follows thereafter depends upon you.
Indeed. Well, she is a firekeeper. So ours are now a little stronger.
What is it? What am I? Well, I am the keeper of the bonfire. If not for me, what beacon would there be in this lost city? A gatekeeper.
Indeed. So, welcome to Anor Londo. We now have the core of an Iron Golem. Soul serving as the core of an Iron Golem, guardian of Sen's fortress and slayer of countless heroes seeking Anor Londo. Originally a bone of an everlasting dragon, it was then fashioned into the core of an Iron Golem. Wow. We got quite a few souls in Sen's fortress. Let's see what we can do. We're getting there. Alright. About 15. Okay, we're almost there. From there, then, all the rest of the stats will be icing on the cake. Okay, but I think we're going to call it here for now, folks. We've been going for quite a bit, and frankly, it's been a lot of fun. But I gotta eat eventually, so we're gonna call it here for right now. Thank you all for joining me. I have been the Ephemeral One, and this has been more of Let's Stream Dark Souls 1, the Remastered Edition. Thank you all for joining me, and I'll see you next time. Bye for now, folks. Bye for now.